Welcome, my friends. So, we're going to be doing this live drawing session. It's a live draw and chat. So, if you are hanging out and just surfing YouTube, just surfing through YouTube, flipping through different channels, and you just want to chat with somebody who's an artist, who's doing some drawing, feel free to. Won't be going anywhere for at least a while. And this is a part of a project I've been doing for a minute now. Got a pen here. This is a rOtring 600. I don't know if you can see that text right there, the rOtring 600. And inside this pen, I've got a refill. Let me get this little spring out. I don't like it when the spring gets stuck in there. But anyway, I have this refill right here. And this is a SCHMIDT 9000, Easyflow 9000. And let's get this spring out, shall we? For some reason, this spring often gets stuck in there. And it's not like super stuck. It's just like, it's not stuck. It's just like, doesn't come out with the tap of a pen. So I've got the rOtring here. It's a refillable one, fortunately. I love refillable pens because then all you need to do is buy a bunch of a spring or a bunch of refills, and you just refill them. So this rOtring 600 uses these SCHMIDT 9000 refills. And we'll be using this. So I've been drawing for basically 30 hours with this single pen almost, or this single refill. And I don't know when it's going to end, but probably soon. I've been wanting to do this video and like finish this series once this, I mean, I'll probably do some more drawing afterwards, but once this this project is finished, I'll probably just use a different ink or whatever. But constantly drawing, that's the goal here. And what I do here specifically is I'm using up all the ink in this. By the way, here's the last drawing I did. And what I'm doing is I'm also copying. So these are basically drawings that I base off of Vincent van Gogh's drawings. And with that said, that's why I have this book here. But ultimately, the main goal, the main priority is to use up as much, all of the ink in this refill until there's no more. And then we'll continue with the next pen or refill. But if you're just tuning in, if you haven't been here before, this is the first time you're visiting here, thanks for tuning in. And let's make a couple of adjustments. Got to open this book right now. And here we go. So let's find a drawing that I'd like to work on here. I'm doing these in pretty much in order. So, all right, I did this guy, this figure. I've done this figure. I feel like I've done her already. Let's see. So I've done one of these figures. I think it was at a time when I was being picky about who I should draw, and for whatever reason, or I did a bigger version of her or something. So here's another one. Let's just flip through these like a flip through book. Okay, that's her almost. That's her. I already did her. I didn't do the one on the left, so we're gonna do our figure on the left here. These are all sketches, so I dedicated this exact, just this sketchbook to drawing with the rOtring. So okay, I've not done this figure yet, so we could probably knock out two on a single page. I'm gonna do this one right here. I'm Spider Girl. Hello, welcome. All right, so we got Spider Girl in here. Pretty cool. You're a fan. Is Spider Girl DC or Marvel? I'm not actually sure. But here's the challenge. I already did this figure, which means I need to be able to see this figure. So she's on that side, but we're gonna go ahead and just start sketching. So I'm actually sketching from a distance. So this is actually coming from over here, like a page over. So let's get to it, shall we? I'll try to hold this up so I can actually look at it, but we'll start with the major part of the body here. This is the top part of the body, and we're gonna go the pen mark right there and bring this down use some straight edges to start off our drawing here. So how's everyone doing today? Let us know in the chat. Yeah, this is totally open for anybody. You can talk about the things you like to do and you know, talk about your life, things that you enjoy, anything, whatever you like to talk about. This is open. If you're looking to be an artist or even an actor. I live in Los Angeles, and I am actually an actor, but I also do these live streams because I find it a great opportunity for Artist Day. This is a great generation of opportunity for people who want to become artists, who want to draw, paint, become YouTubers. Yes, it is a great opportunity that only this generation really has an advantage with. And when I say this generation, I'm talking about, you know, the younger of y'all that are watching, even older people. I'm 34, so I'm 34 years old, and late life artist. Got started pretty late, and I have to say it's been a great adventure so far. So had the opportunity to have some great commissions, an opportunity to sell my work, an opportunity to do these amazing and exciting live streams that are very rewarding. So right now, going through this drawing here and getting some of the basic shapes down, the basic forms. And let's see, so this is gonna come around like so. And we'll go right here. So how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing wonderfully and fantastically. So let's go like so. Let's get some of our basic lines and folds into this drawing here. We're going to come down. And one thing about Vincent van Gogh is he's always made his figures. Let's see. Wokiti Kether. Hello, welcome. I am what you were searching for. Awesome. What makes you say that? What makes you say that I am what you've been searching for? Tell us. Out of the millions and millions of channels that television, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, out of the millions and millions of possible streams that you could possibly be watching right now, AI streams, literally there's people just streaming on Twitch right now that are AI. Like they just have an AI. They don't even do anything except let the AI do the work. And basically, that's a thing now. You know, people who don't want to be on camera, they don't even want to do any work or do any streaming, and they just get AI to do it. It's pretty wild. And you know what? I'm not totally against it. You know, I wouldn't do that myself, but I get it. You know, if you live in a foreign country somewhere and you're trying to just capitalize on the opportunities on the internet, I get it. I understand. So here we go. This is where the leg ends. This is quite an interesting photo here. So let's go like this. All right, so I got the basic design here. All lives in this. Oh yeah, sorry for your. Yeah, no worries. If you speak more than one language, you're doing great. You're doing great. So yeah, cool. I'm glad I was able to be a part of the tribe that you're looking for. After all, I think that's what's great about internet and YouTube and everything. It's not just that, you know, you get on-demand content and whatever, right? It's not that. It's the fact that no matter where you are, no matter who you are, you're able to find your tribe of people that you might not be able to just find in person. You might not have that opportunity to, you know, just go out and connect with the artists or whatever, right? It's just not always, life does not always put you in the places that you can totally thrive, but with the internet and YouTube and everything, fortunately, you can do that. So I'm glad that I could be a part of your virtual tribe, my friend. Walkiti Kether. Walkiti, is that your real name? Walkiti? I mean, you don't have to tell me your real name, but I'm just curious because that is it's a very nice name. Walkiti. So this is an actual absolutely beautiful drawing. I know what I do. Your artist name. That that's a great artist name, my friend. Like, wonderful, wonderful artist name. That's that's something you could do an entire video about, an entire YouTube series is teaching artists how to come up with a clever uh, art name. That's a very powerful skill, and not just to come up with it, but to ultimately live it and define it. It is very powerful, very underrated ability to take a new name, to take a new not maybe not even a new identity, but a creative identity that you market yourself as. It's a very important skill that I think is not as recognized. Heck, I could use lessons on that, like I could use lessons on that. So good year. So good. Yeah. Like I would watch a YouTube episode of someone just coming up with like good, here's some like ideas for good names to come up with for your art brand. That would be a good YouTube channel. All right, so far I've just got this basic outline and sketch here. Again, this is a an exercise, a study of another artist, a copy, and I do copy studies so that, and I don't trace them, but I do go by eye, and and I do that so I can draw in a similar fashion to understand. You can learn so much about an artist when you study their work and aim to understand their material. It's so powerful. It's just an amazing exercise. I don't do master copies in the way that traditional schools will teach, but I do I will do work like this where I basically copy the original drawing here. All right, so right now I'm working on the head here. Obviously an important piece of this and right now the hardest part is really just figuring out the proportions. This hat needs to be about the size of, about the same width as the shoe here, and we're gonna go like this, curl down. So let's see, something to talk about. Can we look what I've done so far? Yeah, absolutely. So really it's been about 10 minutes so far, and this is all I've got. So just starting with a basic outline. Starting a basic outline, from there I work my way in. And here's what's interesting though, the one thing about art that is hard to really study from other artists, which is why I think there's definitely limitations on these studies, is the idea of how they actually started. And I think how somebody actually starts is so powerful. It's important. But at the same time, doing these exercises, when you don't know how somebody starts and you don't try to imitate it, if you're willing to try different things yourself, you can start to develop like your own way of doing things, and I think that's powerful. So let's see, we've got this head here, and we're gonna bring this head down. It's gonna go at an angle, just a slight angle here. I'm gonna bring this down from the shoulder, And the shoulder is going to continue down here and then come straight down in front of his face. Oh, I'm cutting the face off a bit. That's all right. So let's bring this arm around, and I'll talk through some of my drawings. But you said that's your artist name. So what is your medium of choice? What do you like to? How do you like to create pieces? Are you a musician? I feel like Wakiti, just because of Taiki Waititi, Wakiti is a very good name for a filmmaker. But at the end of the day, I think every artist strives to create their own identity. So maybe that's not your goal, is to have a similar name to a successful filmmaker. Who's already got the brand, but why not? Nothing wrong with that. So here we go, bringing down the arm, and no matter what, no matter how many times I stream, I think something I aim to always find amazing is the fact that such a great tool to work and discover people and connect with different people. So let's see. Let's continue with this. Got the face, so that head comes out a little too much. We'll bring the nose down. Bring the nose up a little bit, and then we're keeping this pretty angular, using a lot of like square, straight edges and shapes and everything. And we're gonna go, let's bring this torso up and around. Here we go, the torso. So there's quite a bit of change between what I've done and what I'm doing. I mean, what's actually drawn and what I'm actually painting, or I mean, what I'm actually sketching. Because I am doing an interpretation of an interpretation. A drawing of a drawing, I consider interpretations. So, of course, the design is going to look a bit different. Artists can't help but add their own bit of personality into a sketch. It's like impossible, right? To not add your own habits, your own ideas, your own perspective into a drawing. It's basically impossible. So that said, that's what we're working on. So that's going to come up like so. We're going to get another fingertip like so. Let's go like this. And I think I probably could have spent some more time on the hands just now, but you know what? We'll keep pushing this, and then we'll establish the hands a bit better. There's also some hands back here that I need to show. So something subtle, a little subtle hand right above the shoe. And one thing about drawing with pen is you don't really have the luxury of erasing. So you have to really be comfortable with working with what you draw. If that makes sense. So whatever you draw, you really have to like lean into it and feel as if you can turn it into something that actually makes sense. So far, got the basic outline, and now we can move into the details. So what I see here, the foot basically comes forward. It didn't foot comes forward, so it wasn't what I initially thought. And this hand, I think, can be a bit bigger, less. I like to talk through some of my drawings. That's part of the show here. That's part of this conversation, this chat. So let's go like this. Let's fill in this hat. Let's start to define this figure here. And she's got some hairs that come out. I'm going to exaggerate some of the features here. Let's go like this and like this. So this isn't necessarily a tutorial or anything like that. If you're expecting like, hey, this is how you draw, this is more of a welcome. If you're just looking to join a conversation on a random Thursday afternoon, this is for you. So here we go. I'm actually going to go ahead and make my own hash marks to define this hat because he uses a different material. Vincent uses a different material for this. He uses black chalk, gray wash, white opaque watercolor, traces of milk fixative, and it's on paper. So my sketch is going to look very different simply because this is only pen. And I have to find a way to make it work. But that's not too difficult to do. What you really just got to do is focus on getting a variety of hashes and things like that. So here we go. We're going to continue with this. And here we go. Moving along. And it's great because once you start to do these hash marks, you can really start to create the shape of the objects that you're working with here. Okay, so we got an ear right here. And let's sketch out this neck is a shirt. The shirt right there. So we're gonna go into some of these clothes and let's start to just design some of these clothes, add some textures to these. One reason I don't use pencil and I love using pen is because I personally can't stand the sound of pencils. I just have not ever gotten used to the sound of pencils. I don't like the sound of pencils. They bother me. And you know what? I actually like the finished product of a pen drawing when it ends up looking like, you know, all these like scratchy hash marks. I like the way it looks. It's interesting to me. Let's do this. Let's actually go into the body here and start to sketch these legs here. So I don't know if everybody watching knows this, but Vincent van Gogh, when he first got into art in his like late 20s, he became obsessed with drawing. He was a drawing first artist because he did not have the right supplies or the funds to paint. So he really started to get into it. And let's go ahead and draw through this leg here. So we're going to fill in this leg space with this pen. I like what I see here because what I'm noticing from his drawing is that he's using multiple lines here to create the form. So I'm not totally dependent on, you know, trying to draw the perfect arch for this essentially like blacked out area. I can actually do multiple lines that create this illusion of shape internally. So let's see, how are these other lines drawn? They seem really dark, so I'm almost gonna have to make this up, but let's go like this. We're gonna go, that part's gonna come down, and let's go here. And just totally filling this in. Again, part of this, I definitely want to use up all the ink in this pen. And this is it's a rOtring with a SCHMIDT 9000, Easyflow 9000. Definitely flows very easily. The only challenge you're gonna have is how many do you really need? Are you gonna be signing papers or drawing for 30 hours? So I bought like a pack of 10 of these, and I've only gone through 2 or 1, still going through one full one, and this is a full one. So let's keep this going here. Creating a nice big crease in in this dress here. And let's start to define these shoes here. It's great to see some of these sketches too, because you can see where some of the design changed. And here we go. go. So continuing on, continuing on. And we will keep this going. So that part of the shirt actually has some design there. So I'm gonna go, but it's not gonna be as dark as the inside here. Let's do this. Oh, nice. There's a little strap over the shoe. So that's a nice little detail I wouldn't have noticed until you look closer. I love looking at art when you can start to just see the extra details that an artist puts into their work, because when you start to study it, it's not something you notice until you really start to take a deeper look into it and you start to study some of the design pieces, some of the design elements. So this front shoe has to be a little bit lighter, so I'm not going to add as many hash lines as the other ones because it needs to be a bit lighter. This is a thing that's unique to pen art, that when you try to do pen art, you really have to use a lot of line weight. By line weight, that means using thicker lines for certain areas, knowing where to place certain lines that create a variety of volume and shape, and to define where objects are going. So this is going to be the heel back here. We're actually going to make this a totally dark foot. This foot is going to be very dark. Oh no, I messed up the foot. How could I do that? So let's go like this. I'm going to draw a foot in. And there we go. Fixed it right up. And here we go. And part of the challenge I like to make for myself is to see how long I can actually draw for. So usually I go for about like, 1 to like 2 hours. So somewhere between 1 to 3 hours. 1 to 3 hours. I think 3 hours is a good amount of time to where you don't exhaust yourself too soon. And 3 hours is a good amount of time. You take a break every once in a while and you're good to go to just like keep drawing. It's great. Oh wow, okay, so let's continue to draw some of these forms here. And I think I need to just start shading. So let's go ahead and start shading here. It doesn't need to be too thick. The lines don't need to be too plentiful, because it's supposed to be a lighter shade of the clothing. I'm guessing this is a section that's in light. And this back part needs to be a little bit darkened, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and darken that. I feel like I'm coloring with a pen sometimes. And let's go like here. We're going to go do a little crease. So let's bring this section down here. And here we go. And let's go like this. I love watching as drawings evolve with a pen sketch, because pen, everything looks so crisp, and when you draw with a pen, everything's like so sharp and crisp. There's no blending involved, so you really have to like make things look sharp. And here's some progress along the way. We'll get, as we get more close to the finished product, we'll also add some more elements to show off here. Continue to, I guess what we need to do right here is to round out some of the hard corners a little bit. So we're going to use some pen magic and just draw over it a bit to round out some of the corners, make it look more natural. You know what we can do? We can create folds by not drawing into certain areas. So here we go. And so interesting to see all of these lines, like how every single one of these lines starts to help to create the figure. It is a amazing thing to see. So this one's going to go down into here. So we're just going to draw one sweeping line right here. And let's darken this a bit and go. You know what? We got to draw this other line. That's one thing I've learned from copying Vincent van Gogh's drawings, is how to create certain details that you don't really learn elsewhere. For example, you know, if you're trying to draw like a certain type of design onto a thing, like a shadow right here, the shadow right here, if you want to keep it a straight, like a wrinkled type of line, what you got to do is you really got to know where your the line is going, and you can basically start to draw around that line and just like put your marks no further than that line, if that makes sense. But anyway, this is where the extra effort comes in for drawing down the pants. Or she's not wearing pants, she's wearing a big dress. And we're going to darken some of this area, the area around the tops of it, because we got to create these folds. Use darker lines to create certain effects. And let's keep going here. We're gonna create a rounded dress. And here we continue. So let's go right here. We're going to go drawn down. We're drawing some curvatures because since we can't create value with pen, by value I mean changing the shade, we have to use hash lines and marks. Basically what I've found from my personal practice of how to achieve that is by the amount of marks that you're going to use in a specific area. So some interesting design elements in this drawing that I really like, that I think are very powerful, is how Vincent uses a pencil. I guess it's charcoal, but you know, one thing about charcoal is you really have the opportunity to create a volume to work with. So still going. Gonna keep this. Oh yeah, now we got to add a lot of dark area into the bottom of the leg here. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna create whatever this effect is. I don't even know what that is, but we're just gonna draw it anyway. And this is going to be darkened a bit more. So I'm working on the leg area, the leg space, where it becomes very, a very high value of shade, a shadow. And Vincent is using that to create a sense of volume that I see. So here we go. Let's go around here and continue creating that sense of volume around our figure. And once we get done with this body part, like, I think that's going to be the most time intensive, because you have to draw out, as a pen artist, you have to draw out every single line to create this sense of volume and depth. And you know, if you want to do that, you got to do it with a, not precision, but you have to, like, think about where you're laying down your lines and the patterns that you're going for, because you're going to create patterns. All right, I think we have that. So actually I need a little bit more down here. It's a little bit too light. I want the values to be a bit darker down here. All right, so we've got the bottom, the leg part of our drawing pretty much taken care of. Done with pen. And this is this figure right here. Just, you know, I'm turning a charcoal study into a pen drawing. So totally different skills involved there. And at the end of the day, to each their own, of course. I personally can't stand the feeling of charcoal or pencil. The sound bothers me so much that I can't do it. Hey, babe. The sound bothers me so much that I can't do it. So I basically need to, it's recording right here.
Hi.
So I basically need to figure out other ways of doing things. What's up? Everything okay?
Oh yeah.
Nothing private or personal.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just I'm doing that live Zoom focus group in an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So.
Just let you know.
Okay, cool.
I'll be live. Hi.
All right, live focus group. Sounds good to me. Did they say you had to shower? Huh?
No.
No? Well, then you don't need a shower.
I don't have to, no.
All right, so what I got to do is I got to round this back out a bit. I'm going to round this back out and create some form here. So just...
Bad for your back.
Yeah, it is really bad. I think this was before they had this idea of bending with your legs. So here we go. Let's draw some of these shapes that, or these designs that Vincent did for, let's see, that Vincent did for creating his figure. And right in here it gets super shaded. So we're gonna go and create this as like a shaded area. I don't know why he made this, decided to make this area so dark and mysterious, but we're gonna do that too, because why not? We're gonna follow along with what's happening here in this drawing. And let's go around, and we're gonna go. So if you're gonna do a pen based drawing on a on a drawing that was originally charcoal or pencil, just be prepared to have a very sketchy pen study. It's not going to look exactly like the study because you're using two totally different mediums, right? So just be prepared. This is not a how-to live stream. This is just, you know, things that I like to do and things that I work on. So this is going to come towards the head, and we got to bring it down a little bit. So we're going to bring this head down and bring the shadow down into the arm. And let's bring a little bit of shadow. We need to create some roundness here. So let's add some curves. Thank you for what?
Give me my bag.
Oh. So you really got to use your arm. Oh, all right. So I'm already seeing that this arm is way too high. So this arm needs to be a bit lower, like right by the cheek, because it looks weird. It's nice how you can start to see how things come together. You know, why things are drawn the way they are. And when you do a lot of practices, you can really start to see what's wrong. So for example, you know, I could tell that at least this area, I mean, you know, I'm loosely basing it off this drawing here, which is a very unique angle. But I can already see that, you know, based on my design here, based on my copy, that this makes the shoulder look really weird. And what I really have to do is drop the shoulder a bit. But sometimes, you know, if you don't do a lot of exercises, you don't really know exactly what you're doing wrong. And I also got to round out this back here. So this back feels a bit long and unnatural. Let's darken, establish the forms that we want here, which once we have that initial base sketch, we want to establish our body. And let's continue bringing this down a bit. I want to bring the shoulder down like another, right down to the cheek. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So we've got our space right here, and we've got the separation that we want. So let's go and start to round out this body part here. So what I like about some of Vincent's drawings, you can still see some of the sketch lines in it. So for example, right here, you can see some of the sketch lines and how he drew the shadows. And that's very helpful when you can see an artist do that, because when you know how they do it and that they have these things and these challenges that they work through too, it's a really powerful lesson. And it's a very powerful way of learning. Learning from the masters you enjoy. Oh, okay, cool. So I can see that this is really just an elbow jutting out. And this needs to be a bit darker than our pants, so we do have to put in the extra effort to darken this a bit. we go. So this is a very dark sleeve section. Really darken the area around there, finding the shape of the dark space. And there we go. So establish our lines better, make them darker, and we'll be able to create the form that we want. So let's go like this. The one thing about copying or working from someone else's drawing is your lines don't always get the opportunity to be as expressive as you might want. And definitely has some very rugged hands here. A little bit of dirt on them.
My name is Lloyd. I bought a policy for a while ago, but I can't find the paperwork and I went through those and information on those.
And here we go. So we're going to round out around the hand. And let's tighten up these hand features here. So this is going to be coming around here. Around there. 1, 2, 3 sections. 1, 2, 3 sections, and there we go. And this is going to curve into some of the knuckle area.
I don't even have a policy number or anything, so I don't know how to do that.
That's 1, 2, 3.
I need information about my policy.
One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the thumb's gonna be on this other side. Oh yeah, okay, so we can start adding in some shadows into the body. One thing about shadows and drawing with pen is you can really do a good job of like transforming your design simply by adding shadows. And that's what we're gonna do.
No, thank you.
Just remember I'm recording.
No, thank you.
Well, you could, I'm not saying you have to, but you could do it in the room. I'm just reminding you. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're gonna go with this hand here. Another hand. Another hand, and we're gonna go wrist, thumb. We're actually gonna add a little bit of a hand around the outside there, because this thumb is gripping something. This hand is definitely gripping a set of flowers. And this hand is very dark. It's in shadow, so we can actually add some line to create shape here.
I don't have it. That's what I'm calling. I don't have information. I'm not getting bills anymore or documents in the mail, so I have no idea what's happened to this policy. I barely remember the name of it.
Kat, you definitely don't want to be talking about this stuff. All right. Yes, it's tough to be an artist and not have your own studio and have to negotiate people's privacy and stuff.
Is this?
But anyway, we are almost done with our figure. So look how far we've come from nothing all the way down to here. My goodness, you can learn so much from studying another artist's work. So I need to darken this space right here. And let's go around the ankle. Get this hand right here. Now let's get this face. Oh yeah, there's a collar right here. That's the collar. This is the ear. Got to go around the face. And let's get, looks like she's blowing bubble gum, but I know that's not the case. So we're gonna get here, and we're gonna have to come up with our own lips here. So lips are gonna come down like a triangle. And honestly, it's pretty dark in shadow right here, so you know, if you can't draw it, shade it, right? So here we go. I'm gonna shade this part in. And some shading across the forehead here. And here we go. So we'll go around here and shade this face a bit more. Keep the cheek pretty clear of shadow. And let's just add a couple, got some hairs here. Yeah, I don't care if you're talking out here, but just I want you to be able to protect your own privacy.
Right. It's so dark.
Turn on all the lights. All right. And here we have it, people. So just a quick little reveal, and then we'll move on to the next drawing. So this took about an hour to finish this. And I don't think there's too much more. So here's the original. This is a charcoal, so it's by Vincent van Gogh in 1885. Black chalk, gray wash, white opaque watercolor, traces of milk fixative. So this is that material, and we're gonna go with this one, just all pen, just straight pen work. And there we go. So let's see, what can we do to make this more interesting though? You know, just to add some more touches. It already looks different just because it's pen, but you know, what can we do to give it a little pop? We'll go this. I'm gonna add some movement. I saw this really interesting artist who basically just adds like these extra lines to create like this sense of movement, which I found really interesting. So I'm gonna add that. And I don't know exactly how they choose, but this is like a pretty simple technique that I found pretty cool. And basically, you're just pointing out where all the things are going. So let me just share with you these little finishing touches here. Instantly makes it look like there's movement. Like these little lines here. I don't want it to get too dark, but just these little lines instantly start to give your piece some movement. I'm trying to find, yeah, right up there, right all the way down here. And talk about some of the challenges and the fun parts of doing this. Is this area right here is probably one of my favorites, where I learned from this drawing here, is how to create like these interesting folds. You know, not these big thick folds that you can easily create simply by just using a darker line, but these more subtle folds that don't really, you know, have like an exact transition. And you know, it really is about just finding a line that you can follow to create these hash marks across. So I found that interesting. But this is all pen, and you know, when you're trying to copy a what's it called? A charcoal drawing or whatever, it can be quite challenging. But let's add one more touch. I have these white markers. Hey, what's up, Amir Khan? Welcome. So right now, you just saw the end of my drawing, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna add these finishing touches with a white marker. I bought these white markers. I've never used them in like 4 years, so I feel like now's about time. And let's go like so. So I just want to get some of the ink out, you know, like it's one of those things where why not, right? Why not use what you got? So I'm just using this to create some hash marks across the tops, the areas that are lighter in shade or lighter in tone and value. It adds like an interesting milky effect. It gives without actually giving it color, you add some color to your pen drawing. Because these markers, although they're white, you have Undil. Yes, I remember Undil. Looks like you changed your name. What made you decide for a change? Are you no longer named Undil anymore? So here we go. Just going across, playing with some of these sections here. Oh yeah, and I think this white marker can really do a good job of helping to create certain effects around, you know, when you gotta create like a fold, and you always see folds, and there's like a light part of the fold, and then there's a dark part of the fold. And I think this can really help to create an extra dimensionality to your drawings or your artwork. So I don't use this often enough, but I can see myself using it in the future. And there we go. So it might be a little hard to tell exactly where I lay down the white marker, but when you get up close, you can kind of see how this image was affected. So let's move on to our next drawing here. I already did this a little while ago. Similar to your real name, so you choose this title. Cool, cool, awesome. Well, good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And now, this is great because we get to finally move on to some of the drawings that identified Vincent van Gogh's style. So that didn't really happen until like after 1885. So take a look at this, a little fun art history. These are drawings done in 1885. So he used charcoal. Another drawing done in 1885. You know, black chalk. You can see it's different, right? It's just a lot of charcoal. But flip the page into 1890, and you can already start to see a lot of Vincent's style start to pop out. Like this style where he makes a lot of hash marks, and this style where he makes a lot of hash marks. And that's ultimately what I am here to study and learn. So I'm going to draw this next page here. And this is going to be the figure. And it's great to see just everything just totally change here. Just his entire style just totally shift. Now, obviously, this happened over time, but we don't know that unless you really dig in and try to learn his work. So I gotta pull this page up again, and I'll keep you all updated on this drawing as we proceed. But for now, let's get started. It looks like, what does it look like? What would he start with here? I'm going to guess that he starts with, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter too much what he starts, but you know, I'm figuring out exactly what he started with. More so, it's what I feel comfortable starting with. So let's see. So we'll go with the head, a hat, a nice hat for this figure. And we're gonna start this figure like so, get a nice hat going. And I love being able to finally see some of the line work in here, some of the work being used. His work totally changes, and it's a really interesting transformation. And here we go. So we're going to go across. And it's great because I can build out or plan out these sections piece by piece. So I get to see how he makes the lines in every single one. I think Vincent van Gogh was one of the few artists that, and this is just my guess, I don't know for sure, but he was one of the few artists who was like, hey, study my work. This is every line I made, every line, like, you know, he really wanted people to like know his work. He really desired that. And what I feel like, just based on some of his drawings, is this idea that he probably had it all planned. That he purposely made things so sketchy in order to help others who saw his work after and be like, oh, this is how he did it. So that's an idea that I had, but you know, no one can ever verify. And this is about the time when he starts to use some hard edges around in his figures. Some interesting designs that are kind of bizarre, actually, that don't really make much sense. And that's okay. So we're gonna go around. Let's do this face here. Well, I think once we get the face, the rest of it, everything just pretty much falls together here. So get this eyebrow. Sadly, we can see much from this angle. Is it people to change? Yeah, so I'm gonna keep like giving more updates. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can rotate this. I'm gonna angle it up and then down. I don't know if that helps a bit more. Because what's gonna happen is if I flip it, what's gonna happen is this: if I turn it upside, it makes it very difficult to also engage because I can't really see the chats. But you know what? I will give more updates. So definitely thank you for your suggestion. Do you want me to call you Undil still or Amir Khan? You prefer to be called Undil? I'm guessing since you changed your name, you probably prefer to be called Amir, but you never know. That's why you ask, right? So this is interesting because he does use these shadowing lines right across the face. And I just love being able to see them because you can see exactly like how tight he was and how he did it. Anyway, I don't know exactly what this person is. I gotta see you. You're chilling on a couch and watching. Yeah, I don't know. Can we share live? Can I invite you to this live? I don't know if it's possible. Let's see. Hit the plus sign. Nope, that's a poll. Highlight. Oh, it's a highlight. Okay, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I can't invite you to the chat, unfortunately. Maybe. Let's see. What happens if I tap? Nope. I don't know. We should do. If you do art too, we should definitely do like a live stream. If I could finally reach 1,000 streamers or 1,000 followers on TikTok, I could live stream again. Live streaming on TikTok is amazing. I did it for a little while, but then my account changed and they removed my ability to do it. But I highly recommend everybody to consider moving to TikTok to stream because it's great and it is better than Instagram. I don't think it's better than YouTube. I don't think it's necessarily better than YouTube, but oh my gosh. So seeing how this is drawn is just so interesting because so Vincent van Gogh one time learned a technique of drawing that is basically not structured drawing the way I do it. It's a style of drawing where you basically draw out from the center. I don't know how else to describe it, but like, you know, you're using circles to create the forms of things. And there's a way that it like emanates outward that creates this design. But anyway, I'm gonna keep you just start like that too. Yeah, he doesn't start with like an outline in a sketch, but the drawing style is basically you kind of start from like a center and then you work around. And it's a very it's a style that came about a long time ago. That, and this is going to come down, but not so far. So I made this come down a bit too far. And this come down a bit too far. So let's go like that. Let's bring that up a bit. We're going to create some of these designs. I forget the name of it. I forget the name of this drawing style because I would love to learn it at some point. But for now, still working on you know, really just trying to capture the idea, the movement, the design, like all of these different characteristics of Vincent's mastery. And I might have to like resketch this again a different time because you know this is such a different step away from his regular style or his styles that I've you know looked at for the past 30 hours that you really have to think differently. Like your mind has to have like a total shift in thinking to be able to create and paint or draw in this way. And I don't think I have that yet. We all got unique styles. Yeah, for sure. We definitely have unique styles. Although, you know, I do want to challenge that idea in a sense that we all have unique styles and we all put our own habits, of course, into everything we do. But I do think that some people study other people's work so much. You know, like people that go to school for art or whatever. Um, they end up developing a style that's their teachers. And that may or may not be good, right? Like some people, there's nothing wrong with drawing like a certain art teacher. But if you want to create your own style, then you have to kind of figure out how to get away from that, which is not always easy when you spend 100 hours drawing a certain way. This is a beautiful, beautiful. I just love the way his figures are. They're just like twisted and they've got all sorts of like angles and all sorts of things that don't make sense, yet they are powerful. Oh yeah, okay, so you almost lost me there, but you said you got into drawing again. That's awesome. I'm glad for you, my friend. It's great to pick something back up. So they're just killing their creativity. Yes, I sometimes feel that way too. It depends. It definitely depends on the artist and what they want to achieve, right? Like, if they want to just do nothing but commissions, then the one thing I think schools do a great job of teaching is how do you draw exactly what you're being asked to draw. And that's a good skill, because if you get commissioned to go, say, work at an animation studio, your job isn't to create, your own style. Your job is to literally create style in the eye of somebody else. There's nothing wrong with that. That's art too. Now, of course, we all want to come up with our own ideas and whatever, but the reality is that the majority of work for artists is pretty much, hey, we need you to draw like this. Can you do that? If you can, you got a job. If you can't, we're going to find somebody that will, right? But I love how his hands change, and I was thinking the other day about how it's really hard to learn. You still, even though you can like just study Vincent's, like, or whatever your favorite artist is, you could study their work all day long and like figure out how they do things and how they design things, but you still need to know, to get good, is the structure of things. Like, I would still need to know like why this hand is structured in a certain way in order to be able to do it. Because this looks ridiculous. Like this, look at these hands. They look good, but they're pretty crazy. Like, these are some pretty crazy looking hands here. So, Deal, what'd you get started drawing? Tell me. What was your first project? Let's hear about it. Are you a student, by the way? I don't know if we ever had that conversation. Are you a student? So let's get this arm drawn all the way. We got this. We got the arm that kind of comes down. This is one arm. Okay, so we got the sleeve. We're gonna go ahead and draw in the sleeve here. Let's get the second hand just coming down. My goodness, this is such an interesting character, this peasant digging. Japanese art from 1300. You're killing the creativity. You're studying to uni exam. Tried some Japanese arts from 1300s. Hey, that's pretty cool. Any specific artists? I mean, that's basically who Vincent learned, started when he started to develop his own style. One of his inspirations was Japanese art from, I don't know exactly, like Japanese prints. I think it's from the same era, like the 1800s, but I could definitely see um, I could definitely see how influences can carry over from other. Yeah, at one point it just like looks like Vincent's like, all I care right now is about how to express this idea the best. It wasn't so much about, hey, how do I draw this exactly, the same. It really became a totally different thing that he started to do. How do I do this expressively? How do I feel like he was asking himself these questions as he was drawing these things that, if you get so stuck on just drawing exactly, you get lost. So here, I got a part right here, which means I'm ready to draw this stick that goes across. So this stick basically has to go like, he doesn't even care about like straight edges anymore at this point. Just basically whatever gets this idea across the best. And here we go. He's got this, I don't know what you call this, a shovel. Oh yeah, because he's digging, right? So it looks like a pitchfork. Are we connected? You couldn't find what they call these art. Japanese woodblock prints, maybe? But I feel like, again, that came around much later. The woodblock prints. Um, let's go. It's got 1, 2, 3. Got. Let's count how many lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he gets about 6 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all the way down to wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gets these lines, and somehow he creates these images. Okay, and I do want to add some shadow into the hand, so here we go. Okay, couldn't find what they call these arts, so let me share a little update. So I've got this drawing right here. It's a pretty interesting figure. It's called the peasant digging, and it's based on this drawing right here by Vincent van Gogh. I've got some of the proportions a little off, but we'll make it work. We'll continue to expand this and develop this, and we'll tighten this up and get all the details. But I got the hard part done. The hard part is pretty much done. Right now, it's all about just getting this figure. Let's see, this is going to come up right around here. And you want to do it out here?
Yeah, I do.
In the middle of, I mean, you don't have to say anything personal, right?
I don't know what I have to say. I'm brand new at this.
Just don't say anything personal too loudly. All right, so this part of the back pants has to come right down to the wrist. Oh, no, that's too wide. Come straighter down here. There we go. Come straighter down. And we're going to start to curve in around the wrist. And we're going to come, and this is going to go, boom, right down to the ankle. And then we're going to get this other side. We're just going to draw this. And just love these angles. Love these, this how this figure is just like all like twisted and just has these crazy angles that, you know, if you're drawing like a real person, that, you know, some traditional artists would be like, oh, that doesn't look right, or why is this so abstract or whatever. But I love the way these look. And there we go. So we're gonna change things up on this other side here because I messed up a bit. So his figure is a little longer than mine. Next, you'll try to draw miniature from Ottoman Empire. The Minotaur. You mean the mythological creature, a Minotaur? You know what? I might be able to make this leg a little longer. We'll see. No, we're gonna keep it this way. We'll keep it this way. It's a little bit stocky, but that's all right. Let's get this leg. Gonna come out. Simba, you're very sneezy. And here we go. So darken some of this area here. Darken some of the area right around the ankle. Give him his leg design. Yeah, it's great to see this phase of Vincent van Gogh's career when he stops thinking so much about just painting or drawing traditionally, and really developing his talent and advancing it, turning it into the style that we know and the world knows and loves. So I'll give an update on this in a minute. Nah, it's a miniature. Oh, miniature illuminated manuscript. Okay, that's cool. I don't know exactly what that is, but what an illuminated miniature is, but I'll have to look it up right after when I get a few moments. So great to see some of these textures along the pants here. Really love it. I even have some opportunity to make a couple up. They're not all just straight. They're not all the same. They're all a little bit different in some way. That is a great thing to be able to see. This is a very good drawing to use to study some of Vincent van Gogh's ideas. Like, just look at how the variety of lines that he has right here. The variety of lines that come up. It might be a little hard to see, Try to zoom in a bit more. But there's just such a huge variety of lines right here. Just this little area. And I think that's very neat. It does help to create the shape of the knees or the body parts, which is kind of cool. He follows the form, the shape of the body, which is great. I don't know exactly how he does this part of the leg, but difficult with the internet?
No, with the stupid thing.
Oh.
Program?
Because I couldn't connect to the internet.
You couldn't?
No.
I have to have the internet.
I couldn't connect to the internet.
What's going on with it? We have problems yesterday. Damn it.
Well, if you're on it, don't worry about me.
No, I have to have internet.
Well, check if you have it.
Laptop.
Don't listen to me is what I'm saying. Check for yourself. Yeah, it's a good thing you're setting up ahead of time because now you can fix the issues. All right, so it's amazing why he's the GOAT. Yes, amazing why he's the GOAT. One of the GOATs. You know, the more I like look at art, I mean, there's so many other amazing artists that are GOATs in their own right. And he's definitely one of them. Definitely deserves credit for that. Okay, so a couple lines like that, and a couple lines around the leg, a couple lines at the ankle, and lines across. And he doesn't even do too much with the shoe here. He kind of just comes down and makes the marks and moves on with his day. There we go. So let's see how this has gone. Basic idea. Right here, you can see my guy. He's a little bit, wider than his. He gives his figure a little bit more length. So, you know, there's some differences. Not an exact copy, but when I see things like that, when I notice things like that, it's a good opportunity to, you know, question myself, to be like, oh, you know, how did that happen? Why did that happen? And when I don't always have the answer, but sometimes I do get the answer. Why did this start to look weird?
No, I'm not online.
Yeah, I'm on my 4G connection. All right, so here we go. Adding some of these details. Okay, now for the fun stuff. We get to go in and see how Vincent painted nature. It's what he's known for, or drew nature. We get to learn some of his secrets to drawing nature. So let's start off with some lines that just go across, and these round shapes that create the world that this character lives in. And I just want to first start off with a basic line to define to define the lines that he has. To define the space, the horizon line, that's what needs to happen first. And then we can go into the fun stuff. But first, get this horizon line down. And as we do that, we can start to build out different sections. So let's go like this. And it's just so nice to see how he does these things. And just like come up close and just see how he makes I can really do a good job of
Do the survey.
Unknown calling.
Hello. Yeah, I'm trying to get online, but it's telling me my internet is down. And I don't know why. I don't have time to go Spectrum and do this whole troubleshooting. No, nothing. Nothing's happening. It says I'm offline. It's an internet issue. No internet access, no connections or anything. I could do it on my phone.
all right, and here we go. So so here we go. And we're gonna go and draw.
Okay, well I'm gonna call Spectrum anyway. Okay, thank you.
And here we go. So
Spectrum.
drawing across this area here. And what I
It's supposed to the other day too.
see a lot of interesting things, how there's just so many lines. I think this has to do with because this being a print. So because this is probably a print, there's or maybe the material that it's on paper. There's a lot of downward stroking lines. So I don't know why that is so. Actually, let's draw these figures. These bushes, there's a lot of bushes in front of these trees here. Basically does it in the same exact way. And draw some dark roof features here down the roof. And here we go. And we're gonna go.
Call Spectrum. There's all this fucking sign and stuff. Just call.
And here we go. So dropping down here. And here we go. Had to make some noises too. All right, and let's do this. So continuing on here, let's see, how are we doing? Yeah, we're doing great. Let's continue on with this. There's a shovel here that needs to have a couple swirls. Let's give it a couple swirls. And we're gonna continue on with these swirls and some more swirls there. All right, we're reconnected here. Had some issues there, but let's keep this going. So I will share some updates in a few moments here, but for now, I just want to continued on this part because there's just so much detail here that is really quick and easy to do, and not much is going to change from here to the end of this. But once you get into the momentum on a part of a drawing like this, where it's all about just filling in some nitty-gritty details, you don't want to just change up what you're doing. So let's go like this. Let's see. We got the boots. You can see some very scratchy on this. Very tight scratches though. That's one thing, is that his scratch marks are very, very tight. They're not like, I happen to make a lot of scratch marks that are very wide, unfortunately. It's kind of cool. See all the different marks that he makes. And we'll have an update for everybody here in a moment. But you can basically see what I'm doing here pretty much. Just colors in the shadow, like super simply.
Hi. Hi, yes, how are you? Super important because I am healthy, but I want to stay healthy. I want to know.
And here we go, our final project.
I want to know what my providers are doing. I want them to explain it to me, to share their knowledge, to listen to my concerns.
And that's what we got here. So,
highly trained.
Almost 2 hours
Really good
for these two. And let's move on to our next one. We're actually almost done with our ink or our pen though. Yeah, I muted it for some reasons because sharing a household, so sharing the studio, and there's other conversations going on, so I just didn't want too much, but we're good now, and here's where we're going. Let me continue talking through this here. So I'm on my next drawing, and this is another one of Vincent's drawings where he really starts to figure out his style, what he's going to be known for, and find this exciting. You know, he totally starts to not focus on faces and really just focus on people and the figure. Yeah, no worries, Amir. You're all good. I should have given a heads up. That's my fault. So let's start with this figure. Comes right around the elbow and gives a nice little curve there. What I find interesting about these this set of drawings is I think Vincent starts to draw himself
But I would eat it.
as one of the figures in the drawing, even though I don't think, like, you know, he often drew in plein air. And what was I gonna say? He drew in plein air. I feel like these were scenes that he depicted that included him in it, but maybe he did or did not. I don't think it's another person, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think we don't necessarily know if it's another person or it's him. So here we go. It's interesting to see how he uses the planes of design here to create the depth in his drawings. So he instantly just basically just changes up his design here. I feel like part of this is just simply inspired by mannequins, maybe. Actually, you know what? I take that back. He didn't like mannequins, but he definitely had a phase where he went to an art school. He did lots of drawings of little statues. And let's go right down here. Do a lot of lines. Let's call them lines because that's what they are. A lot of hash lines. Hey, there's our first figure. This is kind of cool. Going through his drawings. Our first figure. He doesn't use as many lines as I thought he would, but you know, it's a little bit of a sketch line. Show where he added forms and shape. And let's go for his next figure right here. I'm gonna go.
Hi, I'm Kathleen, and I live in Burbank, California, and
And here we go. We're going to continue on and go with this crazy arm. Whatever he's got going on here, it's a crazy looking arm. So we're going to work with that though, because that's what we see. Let's get this arm. 1, 2. See, he's got sets of 5 lines. 5. So we're going to go more than 5. It's probably not necessary to, only because with a pencil you can use less lines and get more impact. It almost looks like he's holding a cell phone in this drawing right here. Hold on, I'm gonna finish this figure right now, and then we're gonna go to our next update. But for now, I want to finish this figure.
Yeah, me too. Everything's important.
And here we go. So, doing an elbow in the back there. It's going to come a little bit above the hand. And almost as I finish up this second figure here, we'll share another update. But for now, just want to work on it, because once you get momentum on something, you know, you don't really want to just stop it. So let's go like this, and then this, and then this. And then I love it. I love how simple his drawings became, yet so impactful in so many ways. It's great to be able to see these drawings. And I definitely think that they reveal secrets into his style of drawing, for sure.
Right. Well, I
All right, so we're back with sound, and almost there to be able to show a little bit of this next part of the process.
I happen to already be in Glendale. Even my friend's cat.
All right, and so we got the 3 figures now. 3 figures and going. So let's see where this takes us. We'll continue moving this. And it's so interesting to see how these figures become almost cartoon-like in its own unique way. But he still applies like everything he learns from his other drawings, because you could see how his feet and like hands are like designed. They all come from other experiences.
Well, I think. Oh, sorry. I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Whose turn is it?
And here we go. That's a little start right there. I think the figure he drew best was his female figure there. But now we get to do the fun part, which is drawing the environment. So we're gonna go like so and draw up. He even drew the environment with little hash lines as well. let's see where we can go with this. We got another one up here, another environment. Some sketchy trees. And we're gonna come from him. He always drew these houses in the background. It's like there was always a house in the background. It's like he just kept the same almost distinct style of like drawing this like foreground, crazy foreground. Not crazy, but it's not crazy at all, actually. It's just the traditional regular foreground. I don't know why I said that, but it's recognizable and it's very interesting. So let's draw this tree. A tree right here that goes around and up. We'll even draw these clouds in. So he's got these clouds.
Well, my main thing is
and this pen just does not want to run out of ink. Over 30 hours worth of ink. Just drawing, basically. Still have not run out. I think I'm almost there because I have these moments where the ink kind of like starts to stutter a little bit. And it's not clear, but there is just so much ink in this. It's pretty crazy. So let's go like that. Got a couple other pieces. And I'm going to draw this shadow. He just draws straight through his figures. All right, still have so much ink left, I'm thinking. So here's another one based on this other drawing here. And it is interesting to see how he draws in just like interesting to admire and look at how he makes his lines. You know, they're not these like perfect lines. They're pretty chaotic. I think I already did this one, except not in color, so I'm on to my next one. And this one is actually charcoal, reed pen, and a couple other things, but this is a pretty big one. And I think there's so much detail that I'm gonna get a lot of ink out of this one. So let's go ahead and get to work on this one. I'm gonna give it a whole new page. Let's see, this is a compositional drawing. These are all paintings, they're not drawings. I mean, yeah, they're drawings, but pen and brown paper. So many little sketches. Quite a bit before I actually get to some new drawings. So this will probably be the last one. Hopefully this ink doesn't run out in the middle of this drawing. But I feel like you could learn so much from this piece here. So let me look at what mysteries I can uncover about where he starts. Let's start on this other page here. And let's see. This is almost...
That's my biggest issues. Like talking to robots and they don't understand what I say. So I get so frustrated.
So this figure starts at about the third way mark. A little off right in the center at the third way mark.
Not usually.
And we're gonna start this figure right there. Right around here. It's a very small figure. I'm gonna have to make it much larger because this is a sketch. This is probably like 50% bigger, so I feel like I just have to draw her about 50% bigger to really get the full effect of this character.
Yeah.
It almost looks like she's sitting.
It's like they say, oh, we have to put you on hold for a moment. And I'm like, okay, sure, fine. And then 20 minutes just goes by, or 30 minutes. And I'm like, I know they forgot about it. This happens all the time, not just with doctors. But it's really annoying because my time is as important as anybody else's. Don't waste my time.
And here we go. So we're getting along. I think this is one of those drawings that, although there's a lot going on, I don't think it's going to take as long because, you know, when you paint nature, painting nature frees you up a bit. And although there's a lot of details to cover, it's not like a face, where a face, you know, there's like expectations, a body, there's like expectations of what something should or shouldn't look like. But when you're painting in nature, it kind of frees you up. And it's nice. It's nice to be freed up. All right, so I can see already that there's a form here. So let's just start to draw some of his lines. And we're gonna work from the center point and go out. That's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna go to center point and go out. So many interesting details. Draw that line 50% bigger. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And we could probably add 50% more line because we have 50% more space. So for every 10 lines, I make 5 more. That looks sane. Thank you so much, man. You are one of my most supportive people. I really appreciate that. So let's go like this. And yeah, draw and chat. I hope you're able to at least study and do what you got to do as well, Amir. So for every 5 lines I need to make, every 10 lines I got to make 5 more. So that's what I'm working on right now. Let's draw this haystack. You love to draw haystacks. I need a motif like a haystack. It's kind of cool though, like, because you can learn so much from his haystack drawings because he had so much of his motion and details and active active gestures in his haystacks that you can just learn so much about how he decides to draw some of the lines and stuff. It's really powerful stuff. So this is our lesson in working out from the center here. There's just so much line work here. It's hard to really figure out. But
since I've only been in ER, that's all I can talk about is that experience, and it's always chaotic. There's so much going on. There's so much noise. There's a lot of lights and distractions, and I get a little overwhelmed with all that, especially when I'm in pain, like I was the last time, and I just want to be in a quiet, dark place with my eyes closed and try to, work through this pain, but that wasn't really possible. I know in ERs you can't really expect to be where you want it, but I think when people are sick and there's something going on with them, they like peace and quiet. They want it to be serene. It's possible.
And now I'm picking up some tips on how to draw plants the way Van Gogh would have.
Yeah.
Let's draw this tree that basically comes straight up.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
This tree is definitely going to stand out because oh my goodness, look at all these different designs that he uses on these trees. Very cool to see here.
Treated like a child.
Triangles, circles, squares, triangles, more triangles. I'm talking about all the stuff that I'm seeing. I can't tell if they're birds or leaves, but obviously those were not the important elements of this drawing here. So far, moving along here, just starting out from this figure and working outwards. Anytime we need to reset, I'll probably just come back to this character and just figure out what we need to do to keep it going. There's a lot going on here, so really just kind of got to go with the flow. Okay, now what we can do is we can start to draw these houses out.
Sometimes I think when a hospital or a healthcare facility has this expensive technology, they really want to use it, no matter what. It's like, okay, we have this, we need to use it. That's one of my experiences, was having so many different texts. And then they said they were going to do one more, they were going to do a CAT scan. And then I was waiting for this. And finally they said, well, you know what? You've been here a long time, it's getting late, like, we're just gonna skip the CAT scan. Like, why did you originally think I needed it? And then he said, like, we're gonna skip it. I don't understand. Yeah.
Let's just draw out this house.
I think they just had a new, yeah. Yeah, that means they want to use it. Of course they want to use it. I mean, you're a kid and you get a new bike, you can just leave it sitting there? No, you want to ride it. Right. I don't want you to use equipment just because you have it. Do what you need to do, but don't skip any steps. Use what you need to use, but don't use something just because you have it. Yeah, which one is it?
I cannot believe how much ink is still in this pen. It just keeps going and going. This is like the Energizer Bunny. You need an ad like the Energizer pen.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Can I say that I think some of that comes down to friends and family opinions? Like, okay, because I've been in this area 10 years, so I didn't grow up here. I don't have a lot of information about the healthcare facilities except for what I've experienced, so I rely on what friends and family say. Sometimes you learn more from that example, where I used to live, there was this, it's a smaller town, right, in South Carolina, there was a hospital called Toomey, and people would misspell it on purpose, T-O-M-B, and they would always say, don't go to Toomey, oh my God, you won't come out alive. I mean, it was kind of scary, but everybody said it, so you had to wonder, like, what's going on? Fortunately, I never had to go there except for
Bird think it's funny. All right, and here we go. We're moving along here. Moving along, moving along.
Right.
And continuing on, let's see, let's draw these two. So interesting to see. Just practice this form of mark making. Yes, that's right. I almost forgot that because this paper is that much bigger, I have to create that many more lines, extra lines, to create this sense of sameness, because this is so small. This is such a small image. I mean, not so small compared to this, but I definitely have to be considerate of how I'm using.
Elite. The celebrities go there. Hollywood stars go there, yeah. Nice, nice. Oh. Oh, how nice. That was nice. Basic. Basic service. They didn't even have a doctor when I was there. Oh, we have a doctor today. It's like, what? Sorry.
Oh, I've already messed up quite a bit, but you know what? I know how to fix this. I just have to change the perspective of our bushes. So I'll explain what I messed up on in a moment, but before we get into that, let me tighten it up here. It's great to see your mistakes and recognize them so you know how to fix them. That's how you adjust. That's how you learn to, draw in person. And just draw in person. So a little house figure there, and another thing there, and something right here. Window. But if you could see, as I've been saying, I'm working out from the center here and working outwards. And as I continue to work outwards, what I'm noticing is that in the picture, this needs to be up towards the houses. Hey, Amir, thank you so much for at least tuning in and being here while I got started. I really appreciate you. Good to see you, my friend. And and basically got to update these and put these up to here. Yeah, take care. You know what? Hey, Amir, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to hide the letters Amir into this drawing somewhere. E-M-I-R. Let's see where I can hide letters. Let's see. We'll hide the word Emir.
That's nice.
Hey, so thanks for being here. I hid the word Emir. I don't know if you can really see it, but that's EMIR.
Well, I was okay with it.
Someone's gonna see that one day and be like, "Oh, hey, hid somebody's name for being one of my top viewers." Very much appreciated.
Ah. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, because yes. It's, when you go to a hospital, you want compassion coming from people that are taking care of you. They can do their job adequately, but if they don't exhibit compassion for your situation, it makes you feel like, wow, I'm just a file folder. You know?
All right, and we're moving on to some different sections of this drawing here right now. We're gonna build out. We're gonna build out the left side of this drawing, the left portion here, and hopefully we'll learn something. I'm really just looking to study how some of these marks are made. Rather than just copying exactly, I think it's helpful to come up with your own interpretation of what you can take away. And I think here it's really about pushing your style around. It's just an exercise on mark making. Okay, got that design. Now let's build in the other direction here. So let's go. There's a big branch right there.
I really like P as well because it says patient. It's not just about medical center, doctors, location. It's patient care, which is the most important thing.
And this is slowly building into
Oh.
I don't think these are antennas.
It's a medical center. Yeah.
Once I figure this specific section out and design this out, I can start to
Well, I think all hospitals are caring for the community and want the health of the community. So that seems like too generic. Just say a special spirit, so that's good. It's special.
so many marks here, but this is all done with like paint, so it's really hard to like figure out a style and a way to copy this. So gotta like just wing it here.
But I think location, that's a weird thing to say because, okay, at least, yeah, evolving regional corridors, that means it's really out there somewhere. If it's evolving, everything else is evolved, right? So this is somewhere out in the Netherlands. Yeah. But it shouldn't be evolving anymore. It's been there forever. Oh, that's a good thing.
And here we go. So hour of learning, a couple hours of learning here so far, and really just building into these details. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A lot of groupings here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot of groupings that kind of curve around. A lot of ideas and shapes and forms. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So trying to just create my own design based on what I'm seeing, but not necessarily, doing the exact same thing. And ultimately, I think that's how you really start to learn, come up with your own ideas. So let's go. Let me at least try to copy some of them nicely. 1, 2, 3, like an onion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
And familiar is kind of
1, 2, 3,
weird thing to say
1, 2,
because
3.
Nobody really wants to be familiar with us. It's like the least popular place to spend time. So yeah, but yeah, familiar serving. Yes, the first one. Familiar.
And there's some straight lines that go
I think
across.
because it's a name people hear. You hear it on the news. You hear it from celebrities. But why is that important? Yeah, I'm not
1,
quite
2,
sure
3,
what
4,
that
5,
is.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making these little marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'll just share what I've got so far here. So working and built this outside area. And now we're working towards this space, and then we'll fill in the space, and hopefully we can eventually run out of ink on this pen. Really looking forward to that, because I've been working on this project for quite a while now, and I feel like it's about time that maybe I just need to make my marks darker, you know, more bold and confident, rather than these kind of like, I consider these lines kind of weak.
Yeah, they might be too busy. I like the comforting. Because you do want to be comforted. Yeah. If you go someplace for medical attention and you're not feeling well, you're in distress, and you do want comfort, of course. Unfortunately.
So to draw out some of these shapes, I don't know where they're coming from or what's the purpose of them. Maybe just mud paths or something. Let's make these marks. So 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting because I know he does like patterns and groupings. So I try to keep it pretty consistent in following, you know, that idea of having a lot of grouped pieces. Not just coming up with patterns, but also coming up with so these marks will be a little bit smaller. Oops, wrong area. So I messed that up. Let's actually make this tree bigger, so. Now for the clouds, the famous Vincent van Gogh clouds. So I'm really just going to work on capturing some of the lines that he makes, because I'm not going to be able to use color. But this is definitely a great way to see how he starts to learn how to express his lines. And sometimes you have to merge your lines. That's something I'm picking up here. Create this converging effect to where they kind of get tighter, these groupings. And I'm almost out of ink. This is perfect. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I'm just going to keep making marks until I run out of ink on this pen. Oh no, it's just going to keep going and going. Got so much darn ink still left in this pen. So that's one thing definitely to work on, converging of different designs.
This is the one I would go to. That's what stands out to me, that it's highly skilled, they've won awards for their care, and but the main thing is the safety. We haven't even talked about that. That is a big issue. Because all kinds of things can go wrong, and you hear the horror stories, on the internet. And yeah. Hospitals used to be the most dangerous places to go if you're sick or ill. So I like that. The safety, yes. 18 consecutive A grades. That makes me think. I've been really
How much ink on this pen? Whew. go like this.
Right. Right.
These should actually get tighter into here, these marks.
It inspires confidence and treatment.
Let's see if I can use the rest of the ink on this, at least this drawing. Let's try to get that out of the way here.
Oh.
Let's go. Things that matter here.
There's certain things that they discuss here, like GI procedures and cancer and strokes. That seems to be the three important ones. Oh, they also say American Heart Association. So there's four big medical issues that affect us. They're really serious. Which it's good to know that. That would be the place to go for serious issues. Yeah. Fancy machines.
Oh my gosh, my hands are getting tired from this.
I agree. Oh, right, yeah. I don't know, maybe see your sign. This is so big. Yeah. The bigger facilities, St. Joseph's is small, Adventist is
Almost. Oh, just when you think you're done, you're not done.
yeah. Yes.
And let's see. So I don't want to start on another drawing.
Right.
Like I can feel myself almost being done with this pen sketch, this pen project. Here we go. So on the
What
way.
is tertiary care though? Is that like this third tertiary is third? So what does it mean by tertiary? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Right.
What to do here?
Wow. I'm thinking, is that one in Van Nuys? It's a big medical center. Yeah, that's what it's about. Yeah, there is.
All right, people, we're probably gonna have to start another one. So let's see how this goes. We're definitely gonna have to start another drawing. Beats like Chauvignon. Let's draw his figures. Let's do this one right here. We're gonna start with the two figures in the front. We're gonna go like so. So that.
Yeah, people like that. LA is so big. There's so many areas. I would say you live in LA and it's so on the general because it's so spread out. Yeah, yeah.
So continue on with this idea of just, I'm actually not drawing one of his drawings, but actually going to do one of his paintings. Drawing one of his paintings, because I think you learn a lot from this one. I mean, you can learn a lot from all of them, but this one provides some ideas and insight into how he designs his figures, which is ultimately, you know, what we're looking to do. That's great. I think this is a watercolor one. So interesting about watercolor, which I haven't really had the opportunity to explore yet, is that with watercolor, you have to be
Pioneering, so they're progressive, they're always looking for new techniques and treatments and technologies, and that means they're going to be like cutting edge with their treatments. But, you know, yes and no, because sometimes, like I said before, they have this new stuff, they just want to use it, they want to try it out. But sometimes tried and true methods can be the best. So you have to trust that they're going to use the best method.
draw this other figure. Let's see. Hit this. Draw this. Instead of spending so much time shading, which I can do later, I want to make sure I have enough ink for these other figures. So we're going to go this other figure, I'm going to sketch her out. I'm going to go
Yeah. Yeah. I think that it means that they look at the whole person, like not just how is your body feeling, but how are you feeling mentally? Is this condition making you feel depressed, feel hopeless? Do you want to, like, what do you need? Sometimes you don't need anything except answers, maybe a glass of water or a cup of coffee, or you just want to be left alone for the moment to think about everything that's happening.
Getting messy here. So let's continue on. All right, so we got some figures in the background. Let's start to create some shadows. Get this figure. Let's go like so. Well, because I've been there where they didn't have a doctor. Oh. I mean, come on, you don't have a doctor? No doctors. They're also the ones that wanted to do CAT scan. Yeah. Like, you need to see a doctor. It's like, yeah, I know, that's what I'm here. we're gonna go down here and form this figure.
All of it's the one hospital.
Here's a kid.
Yes. So how can everybody do all that? Yeah. Well, they're excited. It's too much. It can't be everything for everybody. You need patience. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's place in the valley I went to. So this isn't on a website? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Here I thought I was almost done with this, but we still have so much more. I can still feel the ink is like nowhere close to being complete here. So we're gonna be going for a little bit longer. I feel like I can finish this project tonight. That's something. I love the transparency of
That's pretty good. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Is local medical.
of watercolor though. Have these moments when the pen feels just about done, but it's not. All right, we've got enough time for enough ink for another drawing. Let's find one that I haven't firstly done. So I did a painting of this. Definitely reference this. So I would like an actual drawing to study from. So let's go with this one. We'll start with the little girl in the center.
Letter M covers a lot. Yeah, I would look for, and maybe choose the hospital based on that. Right.
And here we go. So we're going to come right around the chin here. Smooth face. And we're going to go shoulder. Shorter shoulder.
Maybe a claim of being willing to work with your insurance providers to make sure that you get the right procedures for your coverage.
Is that too much to ask?
well, going back to what I said before, it's, you know, like celebrities go, and you know, they have means to go any place they want. They can take a helicopter to another hospital if they need to. And I believe Cedars does have a heliport, so, you wanna go someplace that people who can go any place they want will go, they'll choose this place. It means I'm getting less care, less treatment, that they aren't, they're gonna be cutting corners, hopefully.
Keeping this going. Okay, so this is gonna be dark.
Empathy. Yes, it's a tone for your whole visit. Yeah, it went quite fast. Ah! Oh, no kidding. Wow, it's first class? Really? I don't think so.
It's funny. All right, let's continue on here. We've got the figure behind her.
Okay, sure. I'm surprised because I didn't get a welcoming spirit when I went there. I got like reprimands, and it was only after I'd been there a long time and people actually got some concern for my condition because of when I felt like they were caring. They weren't caring at first. They were very kind of rude and callous, and I didn't feel a caring spirit until later on when some of the nurses were taking care of me. They were caring, and the only thing I could agree with is that it is convenient. It was a very convenient location. The parking was fine. Yes. Yeah. Seems like that hospital has the best comments coming from people. I've never been there, so I can't speak on that. That's convenient.
Let's go here. Needs to go across. Go to this, into this.
Yeah, me too. Right, I agree. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Statistics are personal. Yeah. Go ahead. I was just gonna say that this whole thing for Adventists, it gives me the impression that they want to do better than they are. They want to improve, and that's great. They should improve, but they're not there yet. They have work to do.
All right. Let's see. Keeping this going. Actually, I can probably color in these areas. Pen in these spaces here. Let's go right up here. So, big child right there. And something in her head right there. Okay, and
Oh. more patient centered. I mean, every place that does not medical facility should be patient centered, but sometimes they're not. They're doctor centered or equipment centered or specialty centered, but it's the patient that's at the heart of it. And the patient, no matter how small or huge the issue is treatment. So focus on the treatment, not on, I guess what I'm trying to say is focus on the patient, not so much on, I mean, the treatment is important, but the patient comes first. Another treatment. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're better than we think we are. Yeah. Just do your best, people, in healthcare. That's all we can say, because lives are counting. Thank you, John. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so nice to meet y'all. Take care. Bye.
You didn't ask them?
Well, it's not the person who asked. Oh yeah, that was fine. I went by fast, but I'm tired of sitting.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm just tired of sitting. You got streaming?
I am. Still streaming. This pen has so much darn ink.
What's
It
wrong
is-
with that?
Huh?
What's
No,
wrong
there's
with
nothing
that?
wrong with it, but the project that I'm doing is I'm drawing until this pen runs out of ink.
So until next year.
Well, no, until.
That can go on forever.
Well, I've been doing about 30 hours with this pen. Not
You
today.
don't stop. You don't
Huh?
continuously.
Right.
I know you.
Right, of course.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go feed the other cats.
Okay, you want to do something after?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, hopefully I'm finished by then, but.
Think your pen's gonna run out of ink?
Well, it's been 30 hours, and I keep having these moments when they kind of does, but I shake it a little bit and comes up with just a bit more ink.
You should do a commercial for that pen.
I am.
Never-ending fountain.
It's not a fountain pen. All right, I feel that this is almost done here, this pen ink, and I can only guess that it will be, but I don't know for sure, so we're just gonna keep going until it is out. Needs a head, so let's go bring the chin out a bit, right there. And bring the hair around.
Hi, cutie. Hi. Who's the cutest? Huh? Who's the cutest kitty? Are you the cutest kitty? Cutest kitty.
We're almost done with this pen ink. I can feel it. Not quite there yet, but almost. Almost, people. This is very exciting. It's very exciting when you finally finish a project that you've been working on for 30 hours.
Are you done?
Huh?
Did it run out?
No, not yet.
It's never gonna run out.
What do you think? You think? I can feel it. I can feel it almost being done.
How can you tell?
Because the pen keeps having these moments where it's almost out of ink. It has these moments.
Wish for their pen to run out of ink.
Yeah, but it's a project that I started to see, so I didn't expect it to go this a few months ago, but I didn't like. Yeah, so I did a couple streams and then I'm almost finished. I can feel it. I can feel this ink like running out right now. And let's go here, and we're gonna create this shadow space and basically copy where we forgot our feet. So let's get our feet in, and then access, please. I want to be in here.
I get you. I want you with me too. Want to be with me.
Okay, so
That was interesting.
yeah,
Talk shit about hospitals.
that's cool.
There's just 4 of us with experience in these hospitals.
And did they all have bad reviews?
Yes.
All of
Not
them?
all of them, but the one that really has bad reviews was Adventist.
Oh yeah,
I think that's what they're looking for.
that's who they're working for.
Well, no, they were looking for people who had been to Adventist.
Oh,
To talk about their experiences, as opposed to what the hospital said our experiences should be.
yeah.
And they're good to have a voice.
Yes.
None of us have good experiences there.
Well, you always had it. You just can't believe they waited until you said you were gonna do something to yourself.
Yeah, I was in so much pain. They weren't taking me seriously. I think they thought I was a drug addict looking for pain pills. I hate pills. I hate taking pain pills. Pain.
Everyone likes to take pain pills. What do you mean?
Nauseous. Desperate measures. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Alright, I gotta go feed voracious cats.
Okay.
I like them though, they're great.
Who's that?
Elsa and Sven, they're great cats. They're throwing out this plexi.
It's Plexi.
Plexi, right here.
Okay. How much ink is still left? How have I not already used all of the ink in here? We have over 30 hours of ink, over 30 hours of straight drawing with this pen, and can't start another one because I already know it's weight going out. At this point, my arm's gotten so tired that I have to use my wrist or my shoulder blade to really get these colors in. We're not going to color yet. Almost. Just getting the last bits of ink out of this pen. How much ink can this possibly have? I have no clue. We're almost done. We're basically done. Let's focus on adding shadows where they need to be. One thing this pushed me to do, though, is to get deeper into the shadowing areas that I might not normally do. And we are continuing on. Let's get this has to be the last drawing. Look at how folded this paper is from all that we've done here. It has created heat, it has created friction. I might have enough ink for one more. Let's try another one. Let's try this character right here. We're gonna go for a big, longer one. So we're gonna start over here, sketch this out. We're definitely going for one more. I can feel like the ink has been revived, and I just don't understand what sort of mystic technology this is. So I'm actually gonna do this one much quicker because, I feel like I've been taking my time with this, and that's probably why this has taken a while. And you know what? It's okay to take your time with drawings. And sometimes it's the action itself that is interesting, but this just surprised me so much how much ink is in a refill is in this refill. And that was such a shocker to me that I was unprepared for. And honestly, I just want to finish this project. That's all. So that's what I'm working on right now. So we're gonna finish this project. That's the goal here, and we're not gonna dilly-dally too much. I'm gonna spend more time on the ink. And okay, so we're getting some progress. We're gonna draw down these lines. Oh, just when I start a new drawing, this wants to start running out of ink, of course, right? Oh, here we go. We got a little bit more. We're getting a little bit more. Let's see how much longer we could do this for. The amount of ink in here just feels absolutely absurd, and that's a good thing. And let's just start adding the shadow around the face here. Start adding the textures around the face. Again, for whatever reason, I had YouTube turn off on me, but we are definitely streaming. I don't know if it's kicking me off because it thinks I'm not actually active, but I am. So maybe somebody's reporting me or whatever. I don't know. But I am definitely still live streaming YouTube. I'm saying that. Maybe I stopped talking for a little bit because this project is going quite a while. But I am still here, I promise. I am still here, people. And we are slowly but surely getting this drawing done. I'm gonna crosshatch across the eyes right here and go across the face, and then need some shape around the nose here. And I think I've just run out of ink just as I finish this head. My goodness. Are we done? Nope. Just when you think you're done, there's a bit more. So this is going to come straight down from the chin. And we're going to come down and around. And of course, massive hands on every figure Van Gogh draws. It's like he zooms in on every hand he touches. So let's go. Let's see right here. This figure, I'm drawing, and we need this arm to come out right around here. It's going to end just below. Now it's starting to kind of act like a pencil. So let's get this arm come down, and then get another knuckle. Get this knuckle. Okay. So almost done with this pen. Almost. I know I've been saying that 1,000 different times, 1,000 different ways. but I think we're almost there. Except almost every time when I think we are about to be done, we're not. So just go like this. Got the hands folded. What is great though is I get a lot of shadow out of this. So let's get right here. This is gonna get an angle. This is gonna get a crease, and then this is gonna get a crease and another crease from the hand, and that's gonna go like that. So we got this. Let's go. And almost out of ink. Still just pushing along. Every time I lift up my pen, it's like more ink appears. More ink shows up on this magical SCHMIDT 9000. Can't believe how much ink has appeared on this thing, but it is like magic, honestly. How can anybody fit this much ink into a single device, single little refill? I have no clue. This is like some magical mystic. I call this the magic ink refill. You get one and it'll last you however many times it takes you to do 30 hours worth of straight writing. This is a technical pen though, so that's or not a technical pen, but rOtring is they do a lot of heavy duty it's like it's for engineers, right? So you can only imagine that engineers have so much writing they got to do. And probably used more ink today than how much I usually use, because I'm actually scribbling quite a lot. You know what? Maybe I can actually fit in one more. Let's do these hand drawings, these hand sketches, to study how Vincent did his hands. Looks like he did some lines and then some studies here. Best way to learn how to draw hands is to to actually do it. But to draw your own hands, you have the greatest resource right in front of you, according to Andy Loomis. And this hand's pretty wild. Oh, this is just the side of the knuckle here, so I can start to feel this pen run out. Come on, let's do this. Some janky ass hand right there, but that's okay. It's probably just a little too long. But I do like how he does the shape and he separates the knuckles and everything. These are some nice little hand studies. Let's go with this one. Draw these hands a bit bigger. And then another finger. And then another finger. Let this come around. And it's going to start to create. Actually, we can tighten this up and bring the wrist back. Bring it back on the wrist there. Bring in the thumb. And let's do this. So I'm going to go bring another knuckle. It's interesting to see how some people draw knuckles here. And one good thing about this pen turning into like almost nothing, turning into almost no ink, is the fact that I can actually kind of shade certain areas now. Without using too dark of a line. But ultimately, it doesn't really teach you how to see, it just teaches you how one person sees. And here we go. So let's do another one. Oh yeah, this is a fork. I get it. Oh my goodness, almost there. Here we go. Every time I start like a new section, I raise my thing, it kind of gives me more ink. And I don't think anything that I come up with as far as a video regarding this is going to do this pen justice, or this ink refill, I should say. And another knuckle right there. So we got another jank knuckle. I don't know how he came up with these hands, but you know, they're effective. They're not the best hands I've ever seen. But nothing wrong with that. So let's go like this. I'm gonna go like that, like that. Very artistic hands there. All right, so let's do another sketch. Let's do this little one. Start with a door. This is kind of a scary looking door. Some decorations on the ceiling. There we go. Oh, the hints of one of his drawings right here. All right, let's go on to something else. This is Adrian Van Ostad. All right, this is a fun one. Study for reclining female nude. Let's do this one. So let's start with the hair up here. It's an interesting drawing because you could start to see him create his figures here. One interesting thing is it does make the face look kind of furry when you draw the way Vincent paints. But that's okay. It's just the way it is because you don't have the same tools. And we're going to continue doing this drawing over here. So let's go. At this point, I don't really even care that much about what it exactly looks like. Come on, baby. Almost there. Oh, yes. Tell me we are there. No. How does this keep getting even a bit more ink? I don't understand this. There's always just a little bit left somehow. A little bit of ink. So right now I am starting to run out of ink here, and I'm also losing steam. You know, there's a certain point where if you just keep going, you're just gonna burn yourself out that evening, which I definitely feel. But I don't want to I just don't want to continue on this project for another night. So I'm at that point where it's like. This looks so bad, but it's okay. We're just gonna copy some of the line marks here. Very fuzzy. And let's go across here. Okay. This is one of the few women that Vincent van Gogh could find to model for him. He had a very difficult time finding models, but you know what? Today it is so easy. Find models. There's so many organizations and groups and everything that I see how he studied though. It's great. Maybe I should focus on how many lines I could keep together and keep at a consistent angle. This is quite the workout for my wrist. It's almost time to... I can feel it almost running out of ink. How many times? Let's see. How many times have I thought that? At least in these few hours alone, a few hundred, I think. Let's see, what's another drawing here? Here's a big drawing. Let's see if we get through this one right here. This looks like a big building. So let's go with this giant building here. We're going to start with the rooftop. Actually, let's start with a smaller piece right here. And go across, down, bring down this big building, go across. I'm gonna not draw for like a whole week after this. Restadravideria. This pen, my goodness, I'm getting so frustrated at it. Let's do some pointillism, shall we? Oh, let's keep this going. We're gonna do this other one right here. Might as well not, waste this precious time that we've got, and try to like Okay, let's see. We're gonna go straight across here and just go across the paper here. We're gonna start this fencing area. I'm not even learning anything anymore. Let's see. Let's draw a tree. Let's draw one of these trees. Spend some time on one of these trees. I think I can go back and tighten up some of these features. These hands, get into the nitty-gritty of these knuckles here. fix this area somehow. Oh. Oh, maybe these were his warm-up strokes. Hmm. I may just have to call it quits before this pen because I'm not coming back to this another day. I will not allow this device to beat me. So let's see what else I can do. Let's continue on with this drawing. I feel like I just gave up on it, but as long as it still has a bit of ink, I'm gonna keep going. There's a steeple there. If we go across here, I think I should just call this a done. We got 30 something hours of this pen, this ink here, and it's still coming out. It is non-stop. Ooh, let's do this next one. Let's keep drawing this next one. This one has some long lines. This is one of his windmills. Gotta try something different. Draw this sideways. Just to see a bit differently. Windmill. I don't know how. Oh my gosh. How much more can I take of this? Schmidt, run out of ink, dude. What the heck? This pen like does not run out of ink whatsoever. This is an exercise in futility right now. Got to go through a previous drawing and really tighten it up. Let's see what else we could do here. Let's tighten up this drawing. We're going to tighten up the clothes here. Let's tighten up this bunny. I'm going to draw all sorts of hair on it. try to draw a person without lifting up a pencil. I've seen these interesting videos where somebody draws a person and they just don't lift up the pen. It's kind of interesting to see what they come up with. Even though I already lifted up a pencil, but that's okay. I'm doing this with my left hand. I don't get how it keeps coming up with these these super So here we go. Okay, I'm gonna call it quits on this pen. This pen, no, I'm not gonna let a pen break me. I ran a marathon in 6 hours and 15 minutes. If I can, I will not allow a pen to break me. I cannot believe how much paper I've used to break this pen. That's an interesting mark. I don't feel like I'm being productive though. So here we go. We have been drawing for like 5 straight hours, and I'm still trying to get the ink out of this pen to use up all the ink in this pen. Let's go through some of the early drawings I did. So let's make some marks on here, make some marks here. Let's do some of the early drawing and see how we've done here. These are pretty goofy. They were fun. Make these marks on every single page until... Are we done yet? I don't think so. Enough to sign a signature. There's enough ink left in these to sign a signature, which is enough ink to finish a drawing. I will admit, a lot of these early drawings are pretty... Oh yeah, because these were timed drawings. That's why they did not get the same amount of love as some of our more recent ones. Let's finish up some of our art here. some of this craziness here. Look at that. Look at this craziness. Beginnings of our project. Let's trace and try to trace this. It's like it never wants to end. This pen will not break me. I will not be broken by an inanimate object. As long as it still keeps coming up with like these really, really dark black marks, I don't think my job is done yet. It is not fully fulfilled. I feel like this is harder than when I ran my marathon, because the marathon I knew exactly how much I had left, but this is just like, careful what you wish for. Careful what you challenge yourself to accomplish. Be careful, because you might just come up with the challenge that I don't think it's the actual thing itself as much as it is the I think we're almost there, because these pen marks are not like, how are they still so dark? That's what I don't understand here. Maybe I can do this to draw a hand. Let's see what I can do with this pointillism here. Draw a haystack. Like, I've reached a point where I can't really draw anything with it because it's so dark. It's like it has a reserve pack of ink. I need a quick break. Maybe once I come back, it'll go away.